What's the deal, gang? How is everybody? How's everybody doing? Oh, gang, hold on. You know what we have today? We have our volume song that was just coming up and I turned it off. Let's get in the mood here. Let's get in the mood here. We got a little intimate setting here. Let's go. Let's wait for more people to show up. All right, so how we doing today? We got PPI here in about 10 minutes. It's COMEX open right now. See, it's not really moving. I think it's waiting for news here in 10 minutes. And you already know the deal, how we'll play out news. I watched how we printed yesterday for news. And if you went to the 1 minute yesterday, in the very first 15 seconds of that trade, this was the 1 minute. It's really interesting because I think if we took the initial rebreak of the high, we would have made like 30-40 pips instead of going into drawdown. The first 15 seconds of that 1 minute looked like this. You had news come up, and then it pulled right back down in the first like 10, I think the first 10 seconds, and then it went. It did the pullback really quickly. Usually we see it 10-15 seconds, right? You do this, and you start rebreaking, right? You start You start rebreaking the highs without a pullback. We don't get in until there is a pullback. But yesterday went like this, and then boom, and then it started playing around, right? And once it had this, we were like, all right, this is the pullback. Meanwhile, it already rebroke that high. So I think if we had the initial pullback, but you would have had to be really quick there. We would have won bigly, but now they're eating the dogs, and they're eating the cats. And a little bit of drawdown. This fucking guy. Anyway, it's just I sat there for about maybe 10 minutes, I was like, all right. The pullback here, we could have definitely played the pullback. But it just happened. We're going to do it bigly. Bigly. Would have been too fast to get in. I thought to myself that if I took that trade the way it was supposed to be taken, you guys would have still lost. Because it would have, like, by the time it happened in a split second, and with the YouTube 3-4 second delay, I would have been in and out, and by the time I was out, you guys would have just heard me say, all right, I'm in a trade here, and then 5 seconds later, you would have been in drawdown, and you would have seen me get out in profits. It just happened really quickly. And we don't know, right? It rebroke the high so quickly. We could have gotten slipped there to the top of the range. So we don't know, but realistically, I think that's what should have been done. That in the first 10 seconds, that first rebreak of the highs should have been it. What would have happened if the candle reversed? We probably would have lost less because we would have had a better entry. How much did I recover? About a third. About a third of it. By now we shouldn't need to wait for your confirmation on news unless new to stream. But that's the thing, right? I feel like I go so in depth and explain what I'm looking for so much. Like you turn on some other streams and there's just real like there's just quiet, or we're gonna do this, but why are we gonna do this, or why are we gonna do that? What's the reasoning? I feel like we do such a good job explaining things that, like, there's not much value for me after a while, right? I'm just gonna start gatekeeping shit. See what happens. You guys are learning too much. You guys are learning too much. Reach a point where I don't know where to even go at this point. Well, I'm always trying to, you know, evolve, I guess. I'm not even trying to evolve. It's just a natural thing. The more things you know, the more experience you get, just like in life, right? You don't really change. You grow. You grow up. People grow, or, you know, grow into. So I think I'm still molding myself into the most optimal version. Right? But you guys are just in a tunnel, and I'm that light at the end of the tunnel. But like I always tell people, right? There's always a light at the end of the tunnel, and it's up to you. You can see the light or you can be the light, right? And I feel like it's a natural progression. Like eventually, you guys, first you see the light, but when you get there, you know, you can also choose to be the light. And I think a lot of you will do that. I think we have quality principles being rubbed off on people. Some of you are like, don't rub anything off on me. Stop rubbing on me. Yo, man, I just got back in trading again, hopping in to get some insight, hopefully get right back on track. That's awesome. I saw Jay in here. Right? Jay was in here. Jay Good. What's up, man? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Muted Wix. Oh, you're one of those people that shows up here just to mute me every morning. I get it. I get it. Don Jones versus... I think Stipe is going to get his ass kicked. But then again, who cares what I think? Just a random dude on the YouTubes. Of course, Jay is here. Oh, no, not that Jay. Oh, and that Jay, actually. Yeah, both of you Jays. I was talking about Jay Good, but I didn't realize there's another Jay. But nice to see you, Jay, too. Jay's like, what am I, chopped liver? Is Wix muted or just me? It's just you. You know those little headphone things? On the ear. This guy's has it on his knee or something, on his foot. The sound is inside the headphones? Honey, get me a screwdriver. It's inside the headphones. Come on, man. Oh shit, Zoom, my bad. Yeah, we got 2 minutes here. We're gonna see how the news plays out here. I was gonna drop some range, just completely forgot, but it's kind of relevant here, right? The day. Hold on, let's go to the daily. The daily's come down already. Yesterday closed with no bottom wick. Shoot. Daily has a chance of coming up today, but we've driven pretty hard here. London was lovely, huh? Yeah, I know some of you guys traded London. Wow, London fucking moved. Jesus. I mean, that's our range. Yo, that's 500 pips. Got a minute to go here, gang. So, if I was paper trading this, or let's discuss the paper trade first. Buy limit here. Stops here. This would be the paper trade. Oh, is there a level we close below here? 30. So this would be like this. This is how I would have it. This would be, top white line would be a buy limit. The bottom white line would be a stop loss. And it would be, this is something for next year that I'm sample sizing. And it would be roughly a 30 pip stop, right? And then TP is all the way up here at 25.65. That's our paper trade. If we come down, oh, here we go. Here's the news. So, but we still take our regular position. If we create a high or a low, and then we re-break it, we will play that. All right. Created a high too, huh? I needed to push. I don't know which way we're pushing yet. Created that low. Numbers out? Numbers are not out. Ooh. Everything's even and good numbers on an employment claim, so this should come down, huh? Interesting. Chat, I'm going to take a sell in the rebreak of the previous 1 minute candle. Once we break that low on the 1 minute, I'm going to take a sell. All right, so I have a sell stop right now at 2552. 2552.7. Okay, sell stop. Right here. I'll tell you once we're activated. $2552.7 is my sell stop. Numbers are expected. We do have a... Oh, there we go. We are activated here. That actually just tapped us. I don't know. We didn't get activated with price here, but on my broker, it broke. Yeah, it definitely broke the low on my broker. And the only news we have is good numbers for the dollar on unemployment claims, which means gold should come down based on those numbers. Yeah, only one position right now. I'm expecting a rebreak of the lows here. Well, there are two positions, but two positions off entry as usual. Can we rebreak the low? I think if it rebreaks the low, I might add positions on the rebreak of the low. Yep, just added a position here. Added two as we rebroke the lows. So I added two positions on the same spot that we rebroke the lows on because we rebroke it again. So I'm expecting a bearish push as we rebroke the lows. That's what I'm expecting. I only saw about 9 pips. Expecting the bottom of the range at 25.50, so maybe about 18 to 20. That was the expectation to the bottom of the range here. All right, so I'm expecting to tap the bottom of the range right here, 2550.9. I think that was a 5 closure too, right? No, the 5 hasn't closed yet. We have 1 minute here on the 5. If we get a bearish push and a 5-minute heavy bearish closure with a bottom wick, we might look for an extra position on the 5 top wick as well. It's gonna have to close bearish. Are these valid stops? I think stops are valid right here. But that was a bullish closure. You know what? I'm gonna take a sell right here, right where we're at right now. And if we either re-break the highs, I just took a sell on that 5 flip right here. So we either re-break the highs and we're going to continue driving it above here. That's my stops. Or yeah, or that's it. If it's max stops, then it's max stops. But that's a 15 flip, so we might drive. News came out bearish. News came out bearish for us for gold. So I'm expecting it to come down. I don't know. The 5s reflipped and rebroke the low. It's 2 days in a row getting burned on news. Possible. Possible. Well, just took another sell here. $25.55.8. Yeah, if we re-break the high of this candle, I'll close everything. Gave it a chance to come down, created a high. If it re-breaks highs here, I'll close everything. If we come down here another 20 pips, I'll close everything in profits. Yeah, you expected that 5 to come down. At this point, it's a different trade, but at this point, it still hasn't broken the highs, right? It's still price actioning. If it re-breaks highs, yeah, we'll be out. We'll probably be out. I'll tell you right now. That's news for you. Yep, closed all positions right there as we rebroke the highs. That's 2 days in a row on news. Yeah, I closed. Once we rebroke the highs here, even if we come down, it just doesn't make sense. It created a high, came down, grabbed orders. Now if it rebreaks highs, it's just going to go. God, that's frustrating. Time to revenge, Joe. No. I don't see what's wrong. I just don't. Good numbers, fine. Heavy level, fine. We never got there. I can't take the rebreak because the rebreak of the highs for buy because the news came out bearish here, and even though fundamentally, yeah, I think it should come down. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was it, and this support is too strong. I don't know. I don't have an answer. Market give you the opportunity to get out? No. I'm playing my news bias. Market didn't push against us, right? We're only playing this range. Market gives you an opportunity to get out when it drives up against you and then comes back based off of resistance. Yeah, I'm done with today's news. So we're no longer playing the news, but we will be trading. Wix is tight. Wix is never tight. Despite Forex factors saying unemployment is good for the dollar, I thought Fed were concerned about unemployment. So if it's the Fed, they're more likely to reduce rates. You know, the rate reduction hasn't done shit. The election's done shit. The rate reduction hasn't done shit. Tell me one thing, why don't you close your trade in profit? Because it doesn't make sense to hold it now. It rebroke the highs after grabbing orders, right? We gave it a chance to come down. I saw about 9 pips. Then it came up, created a high, and came back down in range and grabbed orders. Once it grabs these orders and breaks up, it's highly likely to fill the rest of the range. Right? You're at this point, once it re-breaks its own high after coming down in range and grabbing orders, you're behind in the trade. Your probability is behind now. Annoyed. Why didn't I book that 9 pips? Because that was the initial push, the initial rebreak. I was expecting the bottom of the range. We never got to the bottom of the range. So the bottom of the range here, if we were trading it off the 1, this is the level we're expecting, right? Right here. I saw 9 pips right here. But that's not the bottom of the range. This is. So I was expecting this area on a smaller time frame. Today I was wrong. And yesterday for news I was wrong too. I don't think I was wrong on the news itself. I was wrong on the execution. Yeah, I closed right here at the rebreak of the highs. I hope all trades showed up in the signal. So now when you send one signal means you entered with 2 positions? No. Yeah, that was like 200 pips on 8 positions. All good. You lost the profits you made yesterday? I didn't make profits yesterday. Yesterday was a losing day. Yesterday was overall a losing day. Yesterday was the first losing day in like 2 months. Yeah, our last time we took, well, we didn't have 2 losses in a row, but we had 2 losses in a row in June. That was the last time. I think the 1st and 2nd of June or something like that. News with Trump elected has been A. Yeah, I mean, the price action has been great, but news, well, we've been wrong twice in 2 days now. Well, I've been wrong twice in 2 days. Now you see why trading news isn't the best idea. I made a killing off news this year, so like it's. If I didn't trade news this year, my account would be probably at half its size. I think April, May, June, I almost doubled my account in 3 months. Just trading a lot of news. That's why I'm so confident in trading news, right? I take it because we've been killing it all year. The burn. The burn. There's no 100% win rate strat. This is trading. You get losses and wins, and that's so healthy. Yeah, I just don't want to lose. Yeah, obviously it's healthy. I didn't. Oh, you're saying that for the chat. Time to sell? No, I'm waiting on this closure now. 10 minutes. I'm waiting on a closure. I believe the next hourly is going to have to create a wick to come up, right? So you're looking for this area. You need a bearish closure. You need to hold resistance, and then we can start thinking about 25.50 here. You're going to need a bearish closure on this 15, and you're going to need a top wick to come up and retest the highs before looking for anything. But bearish closure like this. This is the bearish closure you would need. You would need to close below these areas. If that's something we're able to get in the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes, then I'm looking for a top wick here. I'm going to come down to this area. Don't you think after losing 110K you would regroup and analyze yourself? Okay. Yes. Imagine telling some fake trader. I'm reading everything. Lost 150, 40 pips on the early trade. Look at it. Tell me if it was a good idea. I will after we close here. I'll look at it. Not lost, a little under 20. Okay, here we go. Let's hope it closes like that. We got 9 minutes. Let's hope we get that. Yeah, below 55.7. We want a closure below 55.7 here on the 30 and on the 1. Perfect. Came down to this level and came right back up. So we understand that that's a solid level. Now let's see if we break it or continue up. This will be the first bullish 4-hour close after yesterday morning. Still came down yesterday morning. Okay. Couple of things. We might have an off the rip entry if we're able to close above here. If we're closing above this area, above 2559, basically 2560. If we're able to close above there in 1 minute, I might look for an off the rip buy. Stuck in a range. Closing above the most recent too, huh? Let's see. Or in the next 5 minutes. So we have 5 minutes. If we're able to close above here in 5 minutes, then we'll look for that. Right, we spoke about this before, right? Price tends to reverse the same way it comes down, it'll tend to come up. So if we've had this tapped, and now you have this tapped, and this tapped, the next area you'd figure would be this, but you'd have to re-break the highs. You would need a candle that closes now, like this. Then I can say, all right, then we're gonna do the remainder here. And you're not gonna need a really steep bottom wick, just a minor one. We still have 3 minutes. Let's see if we can close above there. Jay, can we get a pip count on that loss? It was over 200 pips. $282. Oh, I didn't see it. My bad, Jay. Two minutes. Jeez, London was so beautiful. Anybody trade London? I would have smacked it here. Let's see. 4 hour never broke the previous 4 hour high. How do we? Yeah, yesterday we broke it. breadcrumbing herb. We lost over 100K. No. No. All right, 4 hours closing here. 30 is going to close above the most recent, but it held resistance. We've held resistance on the 30. It barely closed above the most recent. But the 4 hour closed bullish. Yeah. I'm gonna wait for either a closure up above here or below 5.5. I can't take anything here right now. Four hour, no bottom wick. Yeah, I would say if we're able to come up here and tap 65 before that bottom wick, I can look for sells. We would need to push up here. Maybe even up here. Maybe it's even to the 5-9 areas. In a few seconds, you will say, chat, I take a sell. Maybe a little more than a few seconds. Flipped here. Now you will take a sell. No, I need to be out of this range. Because this is a level we've driven up from, right? And the 4 hour closed bullish. And we still have range. We never filled the 4 hour wick. So, possible area of rejection or support before a drive up. so I'd like some closures. Even the 5. The candle. So 5, there's 4 minutes here. Even if we get this next 5 closing below here, we will look for positions. I mean, yeah, we'll have all volume all morning. I expect like yesterday we had volume the entire day. Through Asian, through London. Rebreaking the low. Yes, it's rebreaking the low, chat. Take a sell right here. Right as we rebroke the low. Okay. Pulled up back into range on a 1 minute. And came down, rebroke the low. Pulling up. Yeah, we closed below here. We rebroke the low. So once it rebroke the low, I took a position there. Once again, we rebreak the highs. I'll close out. But my pineapple is not until there's a bearish closure on the 5 minute. As it rebreaks highs. Yeah, I would need a bearish closure. God, that's ugly. Yeah, I'm in a trade. I took a sell here as we rebroke the lows. And burn. Yeah, the expectation is not for this 5 to flip. But I can't close it because ahead, you're still ahead probability-wise until highs are broken here. Market still held resistance, right? Once resistance is broken and it closes above, then, or it starts driving past the top of the resistance, then I can close it. But until then, like, yeah. We've held resistance, so I can't really close it. What I can do, oops, sorry, is look for a bearish reflip and look for another sell. But then this 15 would have to reflip bearish, which it hasn't done yet. Just flip bullish. Oh, there we go. So took another sell here as the 15 reflip bearish. And my stops are not up there. Obviously, stops are, what the fuck? Stops would be at the rebreak out of range highs. God, that's ugly. All right, you know what? I'm going to close out here. I just closed out at break even. We're going to wait for the market to come back. I'm going to wait for this closure now. I'm not fucking around with this range anymore. $25, no, I closed at BE right on the dot. I'm not messing with this range right here. I've tried it twice today, and 2 times it didn't drive where I needed it to. Right here. Fuck this range. Yeah, last trade was a break even. Marked up closure above and closure below, but we did. We were trying to get ahead of it on the 1 minute, but it did close below our level, right? The level was up here. We closed below the level, and then we came up, created a top wick, and re-broke that low right here. So as we tried to come up back in range and failed, right? I took the entry here, expecting more volume. So expecting for this to play out quicker. That's why I took it off the 1 minute, not the 15 or the 5, because I'm expecting that, you know, the volume here. But it's stuck in this range, no volume. Yeah, you need volume, momentum, direction. Oh. You owe yourself a smoke? I don't deserve a smoke today. Don't deserve it. Past 2 days haven't been your days? Yeah, my past 2 days have been destroyed by news. Otherwise, they've been completely fine. Man, first time handling a losing streak, these emotions get tough. Yeah. Outside the news, price action has been price actioning. It's been doing its thing. Fuck. Sorry, gang. Hold on. We're gonna look for positions here. Chat, I'm taking a buy right here. Right where we are. I just took a buy at 2561.3. Here's the deal. As we rebroke the high and we're breaking into this range, we should be able to fill the top to the top of the range. So I just took a buy there. 20. That would have been funny if I just took that buy completely muted. That would have been hilarious. I'm looking at this point for the top of the range. As I was saying, the same way we come down, right, is the same way we come up. And we have a mirror image of that happening right now. And from this area, we came down from here to here. So the same way I would expect us to come up to 25.65. The same way we came down is, oh, sorry, this isn't it. We're in a buy here at 2561.3, right where we are right now. So I'm going to look for the fill of this range to the upside. All right. Your advantage point is 25.64. And then your entire range is up to 25.653. Might get a 5-minute closure or a 15-minute closure and a small wick, but overall, I'm looking for the top of the range here. We got nice 5 closure, right? 5 closure above the range, halfway up. Perfect. Five bottom wick here, looking for another buy right here. Okay, just entered right here off that support. Let's see what happens. Looking for this same area, and on a smaller time frame, I'm sorry, on a higher time frame, we fill this with one smooth drive. It's one drive here. Right, your stops you can technically put to the bottom of this candle because this candle should not re-break the low. Right? This current 4 hour should not re-break its own low. Small stops. Two entries here. I'm sorry, two separate price levels here for entries. If you notice, this is the area. This is the area we respected. Came up, closed above here on the 5, created a bottom wick now on the new 5. The expectation is to come up and re-break that high. Well, okay, I'm going to close my initial position here at break-even areas. I'm going to close half my second position, and I'm going to let the rest run. Okay, I'm going to see what we can do here in terms of running. So my first entry, I closed at break-even. My second position, I closed half of it. Okay, and I'm letting the rest rock here until the top of the range, and let's see where it takes us, if it takes us anywhere. So this position was closed out. This position is active, and it looks like this. Okay. We're looking for the top of the range here, at least 64 areas. I think if we get to 64, I might look for it to close out full. 64.2. Need to re-break the highs. go. Create a resistance on the 5. Well, I'm hoping the 4-hour and the 1-hour level is stronger than this resistance on the 5, which is very minor. I was really expecting a blast through this area in general because the range to the left is really clean. This drive up was really clean. I mean, this drive down was really clean. So the same way we came down, I was expecting us to come up. I'm looking for 64, 65 areas here. All right, gang, I'm gonna close full here. Just closed full. Yeah. I hope the signal channel got that. Yeah, I think that came in fully. 5 opened ugly. I still think we'll push through this range based on the higher time frame. I just see the first resistance and the 15 closing in 3 minutes. So the first resistance here, right? To the left. And how my brain works, this is where my logic's coming from. We see the first resistance and we know the 15's closing in 3 minutes, right? So for the 15 to be valid, it needs a top wick. And if it needs a top wick, it needs to pull back. If this is a resistance and the 15 needs to pull back a little, there's a chance this 15 looks like this, right? It's going to end up looking top wick. Oh, fucking wrong color. Right. There's a chance this 15 looks like this, right? And then the next candle gives you that bottom wick like it did here. And I don't want this bottom wick to come down and take us out. You see this bottom wick here before it came up? So I was looking at them and I'm saying to myself, all right, 15 closes. If it's no top wick, we have to close anyway. If it is a top wick, I would need a pullback on the next candle. If I need a pullback on the next candle, historically we've pulled back pretty much to our entry area. So that's why I closed full. Right, but there's still 20 pips of range to fill here. I just, wanted to lock in what we have because of this initial resistance and a 15 closure. Who forced them to trade news? Bro, we would be at our record would be 150 and 50 right now, or 150 and 45 if we didn't trade news. Half those wins are news trades. I'm just following my plan, right? Just because you say something in the chat doesn't mean I'm going to switch my plan, right? I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Long term, I say this all the time, it's a game of thousands. It's not a game of 1 or 2 trades or 10 trades or this month or this half a year. It's a game of thousands. Right? You got to be here for years. We've been doing this on live streams for half a decade. Obviously, wicks are reacting with emotions when he's in profit. No, I'm just basing it off logic. I'm in profit here, but logically the 15's closing in a minute. You have a resistance here and you haven't pushed through yet, right? There's a chance the next bottom wick comes down and takes you out. Am I willing to take that chance, right? I'm up 50 pips at this point, right? My runners here are 2 positions at 28, 29 pips, whatever they were, almost 30 pips. And then I say to myself, is that 2 combined positions of 50 or 60 pips, whatever it is, worth an extra 10, 15 pips? And in my head, it's like, nah, that's not a risk worth taking. I want this shit to fucking come down here and take us out to prove my point. We might be like, it might not, right? It might not tap this area, but we just seen what it's done historically. So I just want to just prove my point. Tap this area and then drive, just like it did here. If it drives up now, great. This time you would have survived, but that's not a risk I would be willing to take. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. Almost did the flippity thing. You know the flippity thing. Oh, there, it's doing the flippity thing. Yeah, not an entry here, no. See, it flipped, didn't come up. I don't have an entry. It should. I don't have an entry here. I'm not going to play the rest of this range. I'm going to play the new range when we get out of this. Yeah, today, see, today you would have survived. Or would you? Or would you? Oh, it looks like it's coming up. I don't know. It should, if it once you see these struggles to come down, it should eventually create a higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, as it's doing on the smaller time frame. The daily almost flipped? Yeah, because look, yesterday's daily did not have a bottom wick. That would make sense. It would make sense for it to flip bullish. I don't know if it would make sense for it to drive up, but it would make sense here. Yesterday did not have a bottom wick. I got someone texting me on Discord. Chat, I'll never text you on Discord or Insta. I will never text you. I'll never reach out to you. Ever. Unless we're boys, I will never reach out to you. Chat's like, asshole. No, I'm just being real. I have no need to contact you. So if someone's hitting you up saying it's Wix, it might be Wish9. Wix from Wish. Where's Nate? Nate, you hitting people up? Where Timu9? Where's Timu9? Wish9 in the building. Where's Timu9? Alibaba 9. Where are you at? Oh, well, we weren't that wrong here. What happened yesterday? I don't remember. I got a very short memory. NYC open? Yes. Made a bottom wick already and you flipped for NYC and didn't drive, right? So that's like, all right, so then if we held that, can NYC volume push us back down for the higher time frame bottom wicks? Ooh, fill the range. So yeah, we would have survived here. Today, we would have survived. All right. Now we might see more closures. 9:45, 10, still happening. Let's close this out. That filled our whole range that we were expecting. All right, how I play ranges like this. So anything that we get like a heavy reversal off of, like right here, see this area? Right here, these candles. Heavy rejection right off that area. Typically, if we start coming back up to areas like that, this area right here, but this was going the other way. So very similar. How I typically treat these areas is I'll wait for... Here, I'll show you. I'll wait for this closure, and we're going to need a pullback. We need the market to attempt to come back up into range. So let me show you. We're not gonna need a massive bottom wick because we already created one on this 30 as we're driving. But as we close up above this area, we don't need a massive bottom wick now on the next candle, right? This hourly's got one. I'm sorry, this hourly on this 30's got a nice bottom wick. Once we start closing above these highs, I'm gonna look for a small pullback, just an attempt to come back down and into this area. I'm not gonna need a massive wick. What typically happens here, you'll get to this area. You see how we rejected now? We see a reaction at this area once we've tapped it. So once we see a reaction, you wait for this pullback. You wait for a candle to then close. You need the bottom wick, but this is what I was talking about. You see it came up above here. Now it has a chance to drive back in range. It's taking that chance. If you get this closure up here, it's very similar as on the way down. You don't need a massive top wick or a massive bottom wick. Once you get that closure, you have this clean range to the left that's going to get filled. And you're just looking for a small wick. With momentum, as you're closing outside the range, with volume, you should be able to fill it. You see the candle try to come down and it couldn't. So now as you get this closure above this area, you don't need a massive bottom wick. The market attempted to come down after breaking these highs, breaking out of this range. Now if it closes up, you're saying, all right, it shouldn't now attempt to reverse all the way down. You got a clean range to the left. We held support. And very similar as on the way down. Look, on the way down, you see that? Closed here. And you closed here and the market came back up So you had a closure, or you had not a closure. You had an attempt to break outside the range here and it failed, came back up. It found the support, and the very next closure, you see how it closed right there, right below it. The next candle doesn't need a massive top wick. It just needs a small, some kind of top wick. An attempt to come up, and then it'll come back down. The same way it did it here is the same way it'll do it here. So you've had price above the area. It's come back down in range. It doesn't drive, finds a support, and still closes above. Small wick, any kind of wick, and then we go. So pay attention to what this did. And something, because look how that rejected. Very similar to this area. That's what you're looking for right here. You're looking for this just inverted over here. But you need that closure. No matter what, you're still going to need that closure above the range. This is good. This is good. Market attempted to come up here and came down. So we don't know if this is a rejection or the initial reaction. But if it reacted right now, next time it breaks that high, you shouldn't see a reaction here. Right? Because this is a resistance. But next time you break that high, you're expecting this to turn into a support. What if it fails to break above? If it doesn't break above or doesn't close above, we need a heavy push down to understand that this wasn't a reaction here, right? Just an initial reaction, but for that it's a rejection. So we'd have to see a range 2 breakout, right? And for a range 2 breakout, you would need to come back heavy here. Which is good. It's doing that right now for now, right? But you would need to see this. If we can see that, whether this candle or the next, if we can see that for the hourly closure, then I can say, all right, that was a strong rejection, not just a reaction, off a higher time frame area, right? All from the 5 to the 15 to the 30 to the 1, like that area is respected everywhere, right? So from a higher time frame area, we rejected heavy push down. The next candle, if it is to come up, it's going to create a top. It's going to have to create either a top wick. I'm sorry, if it is to come up, it's going to have to create a bottom wick and grab orders after the strong push down. It'll typically do that also off the higher time frame level, right? The 5 and 15 could be disregarded here if the 30 and the hourly do this. Then you're just looking for a top wick here to finish out the range, right? Your entry will be here on a top wick after a higher time frame rejection, not just a reaction off a level. So if you get this, yeah, this would be the most optimal entry above 5.8. It'll give you a chance to manage risk if you're wrong, and you're looking for this. The issue is sometimes you won't get up here because of the volume of the heavy push. So you might create a small top wick and with volume fill the range before coming up there. Right, so you would look for your resistances along the way. Once you get that closure along the way up, and you have a resistance here, you have a resistance here, you have a resistance here. For now, this 1 hour is bullish, right? 15 minutes left in this 1 hour, but we're still stuck in this horse shit of a range, and we haven't really pushed out of it. Oh, no one cares. We'll let Wix answer instead of you. Cares about what? What did I miss? I missed the conversation in the Zooms, in the chats. Oh, I missed beef. User beefing. Yeah. You just need to open up a fast food. $15 minutes for this 1 hour candle. Please stop beefing. Let's all send our bank statements. Damn, nah. You crazy? Trying to compare sizes over here. Bro, all I know is my God has a bigger dick than your God. That's it. That's all that matters, right? Fuckers are over here. You guys want to compare fucking the size of your dicks over here or your fucking checking accounts? Nobody gives a shit. I'm just gonna let this simmer a bit. I'm gonna let this conversation cook a bit. You guys have fun. We got some time. We got 12 minutes here for the hourly closure. Yeah, I'm gonna go get the popcorn. Forgot my lighter. Is Javi in here? Is Javier here? Caviar? Yeah. Is Caviar here? We streamed Powell's speech today. What time does he speak? At 3 p.m.?
How about no?
Nah. Fuck the news. That's how I feel today. Fuck the news. Pull the blicky out, not the blicky. Damn. You guys are some millennials over there. We flipped. Let's fucking drive. My guy Wick's the only Jew I like. Just don't call me a Žid and we're good. And we good. Even though you take risky entries, it makes me hold my bro. What? Jigga is funny. That's fucked up. How you call somebody a chigga? Yo, Muhammad, bro, be careful. you, you, you out here being ratchet. I don't give a shit about the politically correct, but bro, you're in public. You can't be saying that shit in public. When you're with the rest of the Mohammeds, you could say all of that. But you in public. I'm listening to Ice Spice. Stupid. Oh shit. Yeah, wasn't I headed to go smoke a J? Yeah, the hourly is going to be interesting. How we close here in 5 minutes. Watch out, Tweety. Fuck. You want to get burgers? It's not even 10. Nah, I'm good. I got these cheeseburgers, man. Oh, neighbor's funny. Steak and eggs. Nah, I'll have some filet mignon right now. I want a medium rare filet mignon right now. Egg McMuffin? Nah. Dog, you're gonna have the McBrick right after. I'm gonna pass on the McBricks. Philip Mignon, and that pronunciation is crazy. Oh, bro, you should come with me to a steakhouse. I'd be ordering that just like that. Every time the buzz boys look at me weird, they'd be like, "Who the fuck's this brokey that's never ordered steak?" I'd be like, "Give me a Philip Mignon and a glass of champagne." And then they go back in the back room, and I see them talking to each other about me. This idiot ordered Philip Mignon and champagne. My girl be hiding from that shit. I'd be like, "Nope, pick your head up. We're proud brokies." Let them talk. And then at the end, you leave them a crazy tip and confuse the shit out of them. Can you not hit a bowl or hit a J while streaming on due to policy? No, I used to smoke on stream. It's just the place where I'm at, right? The office, right? The door comes out right to the kitchen. My kids spend a lot of time in this office because it's pretty big, right? So, yeah, I don't smoke in there because Wicks 10, 11, and 12 chill there. Kids home? No, they're not home. They're in school, but I'm not gonna smoke up the house. Word, Parmesan. Let me get some Parmesan cheese. Parmesan cheese. It's French. Yeah. All right, we're closing here on the hourly. Hold on, let me run back in. I'm coming. That's what she said. "30 seconds here on the 1 hour. We're still in this ugly ass range. $60 pip wig, but there's no, you'd need bottom wicks, which you already have off this area, right? And the thing is, you already filled this range and refilled it, pulled back and refilled it again. Right? Pretty much filled it here. We pulled back, filled it fully. Right? Filled it the other way. So you're stuck in this range. And you don't have a confirmation whether you're going to hold this support or you're going to break it. And we need that confirmation. We need either a strong push up Remember we said we already had this. So now on your next closure above there, and if you're bouncing, especially if you're bouncing off a support, right? If you're able to now close above the range, right? If this candle's, fuck, man. Go. Yeah, if this candle is able to push you up above the range, you don't need a massive top wick. Just need that candle to open, any kind of top wick, right? I'm sorry, you don't need a massive bottom wick here. Once you get a closure above, the next candle, you know, because it could come up, next candle could come up bullish first, at which point you do not trade. What I'll need is for it to break that low. So even if it does this, as soon as it does this, I'll take positions. Or as soon as it does that and rebreaks whatever high it made. I'm sorry, yeah. So if it made a high here, right? Whatever high it made, once it rebreaks that, then I'll be in positions. Right, but you would need the closure above here first. Why don't you get a streaming mic? Then you can see if you're muted or not. I can see if I'm muted or not right here. You see there's a red light? It'll show up. See that red light that comes up? It tells me when I'm muted. It's typically in front of me, but sometimes I have the mic facing like this, and then I just don't see the red light because it's facing down. Usually if it's like this, I can tell from like my peripheral that it's muted. We see it. Do you see it? That's the thing. Cross-eyed ass like this. No, typically I'll have it facing up, so this way I can see it, right? Like it's just, I don't have to look at it. I'll just see something red. But sometimes it's like, and I don't see it. Cross-eyed at. Yeah. You guys would be a lot of fun to hang out with. I can already tell. I'm not bailing any of you out of jail, but it would be a lot of fun to hang out. I would definitely have you in my ideal smoke session. I might smoke the whole shit. You know me, I got more stories than Walt Disney. I'll start on a story, and then by the time I'm done with it, you forgot you was even smoking a joint. Word, I'd be on the other side giggling my motherfucking ass off. How was your childhood? It was in stages. There was a few different epochs of my childhood, right? That I can like split up. See, I look at the roach, not at the roach, at the J, right? I look at that blunt you're smoking. I look at it like a mic. Right, so as long as you got it, you gotta talk. Okay. Oh, whoa, wrong thing. So we're coming up here, right? And the same way we've come down before is the same way I expect this to come up. Kenny not even listening to work. Kenny over there like just watching your hand take. You gonna pass that or what? Can I smoke with you? Fuck. I be doing it all the time. Talking to my boy be telling the story. Be like, yo, can I smoke with you? Is that cool? It's my story time. The 4-hour re-breaking its own. Hiya. We need a closure. I pay attention again because it might get this off the 5, right? We might get this off the 15. We'll see, but as long as we get a closure in a bottom wick, I'm fine with it off the 5. It's also 5 level. All right, give us a closure. Where can I borrow my J back? Oh, you bought it 60, right? You saw the 5 flip here. Not bad. Not bad. Got 2 minutes here. It's re-breaking the highs. Wait, chat. Take a buy right now. I just took a buy right as we tap these wicks. Right here. Whoops. I'm expecting this to play out quicker. Oh, there it goes. Let's see. Let's see. Need a strong push here to the left. It's clean range to the left. That's why I'm expecting a strong push. Right. Let's see. All right, I'm going to close half here at 11. I'm going to move my stops to break even on the next 10. Right, so stops are break even. I closed first position. I'll tell you what my target is if we look on the hourly. It's these wicks to the left. So 2569 right here. This will be my target if we can push up. If it comes back down now, then it comes back down to grab orders. But right now, this trade is house money. If it comes down, takes us out, we'll wait on the closure on the 15. Okay. Oh, there it goes. So we just tap B here. I don't know why it's like that. It didn't really come back to our price. Oh yeah, it did. Now it did. It didn't come back to price here on TradingView, but it did come back to my price on the broker. Why buy if no closure? Because of volume. So you'll see me do this a lot because when the price breaks out like that and you have a very quick pullback right here on the 1 minute to the previous wick, it even happened like faster than a 1 minute here. Right there, this wick, right? It happened on this same candle. That's why I took it there. Right? I'm expecting price to continue on its way up the same way it came down. And what it did was break up, right? Create a top wick here, and then it was doing this. And it came to this area, right? And as long as it's holding above that area, I was cool with it. Look, we just got a bottom wick right off that area. Man, you got me explaining when I need to be trading this. We'll talk later. Oh, man. If the 5 can pull back here, if it re-breaks the low, I'll set a buy stop. If it just continues driving, then we'll wait on 30s and we'll wait to fill the rest of the range on a higher time frame. But if the 5 pulls back here and breaks the low, then I'll re-enter on the break of the high. But now it's a bit too late, right? Because if you were going to be there on the 5, kind of should be there right there on the flip. It's a good 15 pips. Yeah, if it doesn't come down, re-break the low, I'm just looking for this 15 closure in 2 minutes. And we'll look for the same thing on the 15, except we might get a wick entry if this does leave a top wick. If it doesn't leave a top wick here, we're going to look for a 30 closure, which will also be the next 15, and we'll go from there. We'll look for that top wick to be created. Right now, we need a top wick on this candle in 2 minutes. Yeah, the biggest buy for the biggest reason for the buy before the closure is just experience. I just watching these candles move, right? So this is a smaller time frame area, but we want to stay above it. We want a top wick, but we also want to stay above this area. If we don't stay above that area, I would need a bottom wick to, I would say, roughly here, previous support. If we stay above here, I don't need a massive bottom wick. We got 1 minute left. If we stay below, we're probably going to need to come back down here to 65 areas, or maybe a little bit below to 60, yeah, 65 flat. But I see what's playing out here right now, right? To the left, if we're mirroring this to here to up, right? Almost. Where's the resistance? Right there, the actual line. So figure roughly this area before getting up here. So let's wait 15 seconds, 15 closing. Closing bullish. 30. Rebroke the high, so we're making higher highs, higher lows. We need a bottom wick in on this 15. It might reject off the top of this wick, and I don't know if I'll be in there. I would like a steeper bottom wick down to this area. But that might be it. Yeah. That's lovely. Let's see if we can re-break that low. If not, I think we'll be in on the break of the high here. Yep, right here. Let's get in on the break of the high. Just got in there. Right as we flipped. See if we can fill the range. If we come down, I'll look for that same pineapple. Oh, there it goes, coming down. I'll look for that same pineapple off this area as we just spoke about. Got in right where that white line is, a little bit lower. 2566.9.8. I'm sorry. 66.8. Started flipping, took that buy as we flipped. Hoping we'd fill the range. I saw, I don't know, maybe 5 pips with spread, like 4, 3. And it did tap this area. Yeah, I would expect it to break the current lows in order to go higher than it did before. There we go. All right, taking another buy right here. I have a pineapple right here as we tap this area. So I got two positions here, one right here, one right here. Expecting the fill of the range to 72 areas overall, just based on the mirror to the left. And if we're right, then our initial entry should still get tapped. Pineapple areas, let's discuss them. One. And the most recent, I don't know if I like that. Actually, it's not bad because we've come down from this area before. I think I like 61 better, but we'll see how we're reacting on the 5 at 63 if we're down there. I can't say this entry doesn't make sense because we still came down. We created a bottom wick, and I've told you before, I don't need a massive bottom wick, right? Just need some kind of bottom wick there and a rebreak of the highs. That's what we really need. Okay, I'm going to close my initial entry at break even. I'm going to close half my second pineapple, which is a 10, and I'm going to move stops to BE here. So we just closed the initial entry, right? Only the pineapple is alive here, and it's break even house money. All right, so let's see if we can push up from here. Once again, I'm looking for the top of the range here. That's it. That's what we will look for. Can we finally friggin' push? We keep pushing back in range. Sorry, this level is irrelevant here. This is a very minor, it doesn't exist. That was for reference. These were pineapple references, that's why I'm getting rid of them. Ooh, no top wick there on the 5. Chat, I'm going to close full right here. I just closed. That 5 got no top wick, and we could be making a top wick to come back down. I closed as we filled this range right here. Right? I don't have a guarantee that we're, well, what's the proper way to put this? The probability of this trade driving through goes down a bit with that 5 closure and this 5 opening. Yes, higher time frame should still push, but I'm once again not willing to risk our profits for that extra 20 pips because of these closures, right? We can't, like this, no top wick, and we opened up with a top wick. There's a chance that in 2 minutes this candle is going to be like this. Oh, whoops. Wrong color. Why do we even have that color? Right? There's a chance this candle looks like this in about a minute. Because there's range to the downside based on the previous candle, based on the data we have. We have range right here, and we have no range. So you figure if there's no range up here and there's range here, we're going to fill this. But that's only the 5, right? And the 5 might close here in 3 minutes and we can continue up. We might close bullish. last trade on stream. You want to talk? Chat, imagine we didn't trade the news the last 2 days. Imagine. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I know you guys. It's filling the range. Yeah, once we get those closures, once we get this printed, I can't disregard this. Can't disregard this. But it gave you that extra 20 here. I'm done. Gonna go to a union strike today. That's a W. Take pictures. Cause a ruckus. Hey, bro, stay toxic, my friend. Show up over there and cause a riot. Pull a January 6th Papa Trump move. Word. Crash the economy. Call in a bomb threat. Pull the fire alarm. Stay toxic today. Do it for the gram. The New Yorker accent on ruckus. It's music to my ears. Yeah, we got fart box news here in 8 minutes. It will do nothing. It's like treat it like you're Conor McGregor. You'll do nothing. That's how I treat fart box news here. Natural gas storage. Last 2 days, no pip count or trades taken? Yes, there was. Sorry, yesterday we had 11 trades yesterday. I had no fucking chance. I was locked in. We lost a lot of pips yesterday. We're still down like 160, 180 pips today. How much? Or 140 pips? What are we down right now? I mean, we're up like 80 pips after the news, but overall with the 2 news trades, yeah. All right, so this had a chance to come back down here, right? Didn't flip, so 5's closing bullish. You'll likely fill the range, but your entry here is not optimal, so wait for the next one. Don used to look forward to it. No, it was just because it was like an inside joke. It wasn't really moving the market. Market's already moving. And no top wick here again. 2 straight 5s with no top wick. And no bottom wick. Five minutes for gas. Don't get gassy. That's a 30 closure here in 4 minutes as well, chat. More positions coming up. You gonna trade Asian? I always look at Asian. I know we don't always get a trade because sometimes it doesn't set up. But like, I think, did we have a trade for Asian yesterday? Yeah, we had a trade. We had a couple of trades for Asian yesterday, right after the testing. Yeah, we had a couple of W's for Asian yesterday. Daily flip still in. What are you in from? 65 you said, or 60? You're in from 60. You're a fucking savage, bro. But do you see how it did the exact mirror of everything? Of just not, it didn't print exactly like this, but the price points tapped. Right? Right. Right? Same levels across the board. Whoops, sorry. Same levels across the board here. Same levels across the board here. Same levels across the board here. On, 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 on. Just looking for the mirror. Right? This area. See that? Bottom wick here. And a push up. To these areas. But you would need a closure, right? And at this point, this is a resistance. So you'd need to start tapping this area right here. You'd need to tap that area and pull back. And then once you have your pullback to here, then you can look. Right? Capiche?
Remember it. Write it down. Take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
But you got to get up here at some point. And it doesn't do this every time. It does this on reversal. So if the market's reversing, it's going to mirror the way it came down is the way it'll come up, right? If we're reversing. If it's not reversing, it's going to mirror this area, right? And then it would have done this just like this did here. The same way it did this here, right? So if we were, remember, if we were to break below here and close here, so I was saying before, if we just, I printed that candle for you guys. Like, I don't do this on the charts because I just see this in my head, right? But we printed it. We said, then now if we reject like this with a range 2 breakout, then we can do that. And it would make sense because then that would follow along this bearish trajectory and this mirror to the bearish side, right? Right here. The overall push with the top wick here and then a push down. So once you're re-breaking these highs and start closing here and start holding these supports and holding these supports, you're saying to yourself, all right, so now we're mirroring the way up. We're moving the same way we came down. That's the way we're coming up. But this is technical analysis. You're literally looking at historical price data, what happened previously, to base your current analysis on, to base your current perspective on. 30 closed. You need a bottom wick. The 15 got one. Previous 15 got one. So the current 15 doesn't. The 30, the 1 hour doesn't. You need a pullback here. Yeah, you would need a pullback. But now that you filled this wick here to the left for the most part, you would probably need another closure. Right? Because now, if you pull back now, you can't take a bottom wick entry. You already have a top wick to continue to drive. Your advantage point would be the flip and the fill of the wick. But since you've already done that, then you don't have an advantage point. So now if you pull back down, you would need to establish a support, which means you'd need bullish closures at a support. So if this was to come down like this, right, you would need to respect these areas and get a bullish closure there. If that happens, you have your onion, right, and continue up. But right now, we don't have that. We're just pushing up, so we're going to wait. We're going to wait for the market to set up again. Oh, let me flip the tape ski. How can you join Asian session? I traded, I don't stream it. Maybe we'll do a few in the private throughout the week. I've been really busy, right? It's hard for me to do 2 sessions a day. Yesterday was like a 4-hour session. It's a lot of talking. I'll lose my voice by next morning if I do 2 sessions today. Right. But the issue here was this range, right? We spent a lot of time today testing our patience in this range. The key was to see if we respect this level and push up and close above this level to mirror up, or if we break down and close below here and come down, right, to mirror the move down. But this is the area where you really, honestly, if you're newer or less experienced, you really wanted to stay out for more confirmations. Yeah, but Asian session, you're in it. You get the signals, right? If I'm dropping signals, you guys are getting it. Still hunting for positions? I'm actively looking at the charts, right? As long as I'm here, I'm looking at the charts. I'm not going to sit here and just, you know, Yap City here. Yap City. Like, we have Yap City when nothing has set up yet, right? But if we're done trading, we'll just call it a session. Had to buy from 40, but I can only make 50% of the total profit target, so close at 150. Stupid rules, yeah, but like, you know what your parameters are, right? As you're actively doing it, so it's not really stupid rule, right? You said okay to stupid rules. You agreed to the stupid rules. So are they really stupid, or are you getting an opportunity to, you know, get some funds? Trading's a roller coaster. Trading is very similar to a roller coaster, right? Because it comes down heavy, right? Not the charts, but like when you're hitting your lows, right? Your peaks and troughs. Yeah, you know how a roller coaster goes up slowly, right? It just kind of like comes up slowly to the drop. But if there is a drop, it's a heavy drop. That's how the beginning of trading was for me. Yep, so the 30 did not open up with a bottom wick, but we're getting a pullback now. So maybe the hourly will leave that top wick for us on the closure that we can fill. No pip counter today. What do we have? We had 3 trades. Let's add them up, right? Jake, do you by any chance have a pip count for all 3? Right now, not combined, just what they were individually. You've been missing it. Jay been saying it. Sorry, I'm been more locked in on the chart. Yeah, give me the news trade. What was the news trade first? And give me the next two. Or do we have three? I think it's 295.51. Okay. Two 84, 11, 52, and one more. We had one for like 70 or 80 right here, right? This is 296. You're missing one trade, Jay. I know how to check though. Trade 476. So yeah, that's what we had. This is 296. $96.50, round that off. 11 and 52. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the 1 hour is going to be key here. You're going to want to hold this area. Remember I said if we come down here, you're looking for a support at this area. So you're going to need a bullish closure on a smaller time frame. A 5 or a 15 will do it as long as we get a bullish closure on a smaller time frame here, and as long as the 1 hour stays above, right? But if we get a bullish closure here at this area, 1 hour will stay above. So if those fall in line, 5 or 15, right? That means the 30 here will close weak bearish, or the 15 will close weak bearish above support, above the range. We're going to look for a bottom wick and then to come up to retest at the very least 70 area, the top of the previous candle body high. How about we skip red folder news tomorrow? No, we will do what we always do. But I will concede that the last two news trades we got burned. So maybe it makes sense to lower the amount of risk we're gonna use tomorrow on the news trade. But I will trade news according to the same way we traded news the entire year. Right? Because the day you skip it is the day it works out the way it's supposed to. And, you know, you still have your sample size, right? We have the whole year of sample size and where it's been working. It didn't work today. Maybe execution, maybe, right? Maybe risk management. But we've got to trade our strategy, and over time you make updates to it, right? Actually, it's a 3 news trade losing streak. The last 3 news trades. Oh, but not the last 3 days. Yeah, because we haven't had news. So I think last time we had a red fold in news was last week. So we've got burned maybe on 3. I think you're right. On the last 3 news trades. I've taken 3 losses in a row on stream before, right? And we've always came back from that. And every time it was mixed numbers. So yeah, maybe we can come to conclusions from those facts. Mixed numbers. Rebreakups high of the high and low. No push out of the range, right? It was all within the range. Maybe tomorrow we wait for the actual push outside the range. Not just the initial push. We'll see. As I'm going to go over this today again. Every time I take a L, I go over. Here we go. Maybe the 5 will close bullish here. Maybe we'll get that bullish closure right now. It's still early. The 15 is still bearish, right? So highly likely you still come down for another bottom wick here on the next 15. Will it be a 5 pip wick? Will it be a 40 pip wick down? We don't know, but it looks like it's going to come down, create a wick. Maybe needed those L's maybe to further the new strat, but that's how it works. You need to take the L's in order to make the proper adjustments. If we didn't take the L's throughout our career, right, we're not getting to this knowledge of price action. Like most of this knowledge really comes into play when, or was developed after losses, right? Most of our price and the candle closures, no wicks, right? Most of that knowledge that came from losses. That didn't show up because, oh, we were taking dubs and they're like, all right, this works. No, those are adjustments based on the losses that we've taken before. Right? These are like, all these losses, they're necessary for you to be able to recognize something, to zone in on something, really look for reasoning behind things, right? And to make adjustments. All of that happens after loss. It doesn't happen for me taking wins. There's no adjustments after wins. A win's a win, right? But the biggest growth, the biggest adjustments, biggest updates to how we manage, how we enter, what we look for show up during times of loss. So according to my data, CPI and PPI does weird volatile movement, like it took buyers and sellers out and don't give proper direction. No, we've traded CPI. I've had massive runners on CPI news. April, May, June. Explore places. Why are you exploring the sewer of the internet, bro? Go explore actual physical places. You know, physical, tangible shit. Taking you guys on a tour today. First stop, YouTube. Drive by Wix's stream. LOL, you're a clown. Well, your mother's a man, so I guess we're even. Good luck with the rest of your day. I made 70 pips. Calling it a day. Later, camp. See ya, see ya, see ya. It's just jokes, bro. Your mother's not a man. Obviously, right? But she should have checked if her insurance included abortion. Anyway, bro hit a sensitive topic. Why don't you show your FX book? I don't have an FX book. Bro got $1 million account. I think the strat is groovy. You know, I was trying to say the news is a big part of that. I can't explain it. The news is really a big part of growing the account. I think Florida's having a meltdown. Bro, 1-800 got clapped. Operators standing by. It's not even Friday, bro. You couldn't wait till Friday? The guy showed up here just yelling at us. Clown! Nope, just know what kind of shit these guys are doing. Bruh, YouTube pays me like $1,000 a month. You think I feed my family off YouTube? Must be the YouTube subscription fees. They're flowing in. All right. Anyway, the circus left. The clowns stayed. Why are you laughing so much? Jeez, what the fuck is going on, gang? Keep it together. Fucking keep it together, y'all. Yeah, I feel like that's 8 hours burner. 7 minutes, that's a lot of time. This can start re-breaking highs, but ideally we still want this hourly wick to be left here. You're up 10 pips right now after 25 wins and 4 losses. What do you mean? Oh, combined? Yeah, that's an exhausting ass day. Hold on, gang. Hold on, we got 5 minutes. I got a phone call coming in. All right. I will say this though, we let the trolls speak, right? We even read your comments and we give you a voice. This is a stream for everybody, right? Everybody gets a voice, right? I might not agree with what you say, but I will fight like hell for your right to say it. Yeah. Let people troll, let people talk. I mean, you just don't get ratchet, right? I just picture people doing this in real life, right? And saying these things if we're like face to face. And I can't imagine Buddy just walking by me and going, ain't gonna happen. It's just never gonna happen. You know what I mean? You probably look at that person in real life like where my straight jacket at, dog? But yeah, I believe you guys should be able to voice, right? You should be able to talk shit. This is YouTube, right? You should be able to comment. You should be. Yeah, as long as Quizzy, the realist, yeah. That's how it works. As long as you speak here, as long as you're right, I don't care if it's bad or good, as long as there's interaction, it's good for the algo. So you can drop a like, you can drop a dislike, it's all good for the algo. Just do something, right? Show up here and speak. I don't care what you say. I mean, we'll talk, we'll have a discussion, but show up, speak. I'd rather you ask questions that are relevant, that we can all learn from, but any kind of interaction from you is a plus for me. The more times you write clown in the chat, the better it is for the algo. The thing is, sometimes, actually, I'm not even going to go there. We love you guys. Yeah, I told you before. If you think the shit I say is fucked up, Imagine the shit I almost say. Kenny, I hope you didn't close out. You have a solid fucking entry for 2580 here. Yeah. 'Cause you're getting top wicks. You're getting all, like, your fucking entry was down here. Support. You break that, you're definitely in the wrong direction, so. Solid fucking entry. Yeah, on the higher time frame, like, I don't see why we wouldn't come up to 92 here before retesting the lows here, right? Come up, come down, but closed in profit. Oh, you had a trailing runner, a trailing stop. Gotcha. All right, yeah, we got 1 minute here. 100 seconds. 100. Oh shit! Someone's at the door. Let me check that. Hold on. Thank you. One minute. The tough part is the final momentum to close out this candle is bullish, so we might come up straight off the rip, which I won't be a part of, but we get a bottom wick. You know, we will be all over it like shit on Velcro. See, it's been pushing up to close out the candle here. Two, one. Need a bottom wick. Yeah, this is what we didn't want. See the final momentum to close out the candle. Bullish. We'll create a top wick first. Let's see. Let's see. Can we come down before re-breaking this high? Yeah, 15 no top wick. You want to re-break the lows here. You really want to re-break the lows if you're looking for positions right now. Not to take a position, but to come down and create a bottom wick before re-breaking the high here. And because we've created a top wick already, if we come down now and create that bottom wick, it's going to need to be steep. It's going to be almost at the bottom of the previous candle. Yep, tough. W plus 24, maybe if you took the opening, 13. Can you take a sell once it re-breaks high? You can do whatever you want. I'm not going to. That's not what I'm looking for. On that hourly closure, yeah, all you're looking for is to fill that wick. But you would be right here to say, right? 15 respected resistance. It closed with no top wick, so you would expect a flip, a bearish flip. But just because you expect it doesn't mean it'll happen, right? And the hourly closed massively bullish. So if you're your time frames are telling you different stories. All of them, actually. The 30, the 15, the 1, they're all telling you a different story. Once the story lines up, we can have more confidence in taking the position. What if it fills the wick first, like it just did, you mean? Well, we're going to watch. We're going to see what happens here right now. News came out negative. Fuck the news. What time frame level do you use for second and third? It's where they all line up. Once again, it's where the 30s, the 15s line up. It's not one time frame. Just dug myself out from being $60 away from blowing my account. Was the most locked in scalping I've ever done in my life. Yeah, it's funny how that happens, right? When you take a loss, you either fucking lose your shit or you get more locked in. Because it's almost like, you gonna do this to me? To me? Price action you and Don taught me paid off today. Yeah, price action on point. It's the news we got fucked with 2 days. For real, triggers you? Oh, so then you just go into tilt mode? Yeah, you can't be trading on tilt. Volume slowing down or not? Yeah, well, you're out of peak volume time, but I wouldn't say it's slowing down. You're still getting, look at the hourly closure. Maybe for the last, few 15-minute candles. But that previous hourly candle is over 100 pips. 150 pips. This candle is not all of a sudden going to be 5 or 10 pips. This hourly candle was 145, 150 pips, yeah. Three hours to chartle. Testify? The hell's chartle? Sounds like a Pokemon. You caught a chartle? That's crazy. What are you looking for? I want to see a breakout out of this range. I don't got to go yet. I got some time. Maybe we'll call this stream 11:30, 11:15. Yeah, I gotta be somewhere, but I just got a phone call that they're running late. So if they're running late, I'm gonna treat it like a Friday. You ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. I want to break out of this range. The range is the top and bottom wick of the previous candle, right? Wick, wick, If so facto, the whole thing's a range. Break the fuck out of here. Thanks for staying with us during the phase. You mean after the loss? All good. Price bounce from the 15 zone. Yeah, but we already have that top wick off a 4-hour level. And we haven't broken, right? We've been respecting the area. Or for 1 hour level. Smaller time frames held, right? You need closures above the range here. The previous 15 is just throwing me off. I'm fine with everything else. With the 15 no top wick, which closes in about 5 minutes, that's throwing me off. There's a chance this one just flips bearish and comes straight down if they're a top wick. How long it take you to become familiar with trading language? It really depends on the group you're in and on the slang of that group, I guess. Yeah, I think you spend a month or two here, you're gonna be, you know, more or less you're gonna understand what we're talking about. You might not understand the concepts themselves, but you're gonna understand us when we describe them. You're going to understand the lingo and know what to look for, but that doesn't mean you're going to know what to do. The 5 respected here, the 5 level, right? If we look at the 5 closure, see the 5 level here, it respected the most recent. This line here, that's 72.6, that's the overall right here, which is an area we drive up from. Oh, excuse me. Didn't mean to make you yawn. Interesting. See, same area. Same way it came down, same way it's come up. Tap this, right? As it was coming down, this was first, and this was second. Now this is first. You came down right there on the wick, right? The wick was first up here. You came down on the wick here. Where's the next target? 81. Just need an optimal entry. Been buys from 72.3 for like an hour. Oh yeah, because it's come down, but you're expecting a retest of the highs, right? That's how gold works. So there's your retest of the highs. If you had pineapples on the way up, you probably would have closed here. We trade gold, yes we do. Ugly 15. So we're waiting. That's why we're waiting. Also, Raj said highs get retested 80% of the time. Yeah, he's not wrong. Five respected, 15 closed above, right? But the five's respecting this area. Might range. It might. I don't think it will, but it might. The trickle up is real. You do a quick GJ analysis. Man.
It's definitely a no for me, dog.
Yeah, but if daily flips doesn't mean it'll drive immediately, right? I still need the smaller time frames to set up, even if it does drive up. I also don't think the daily now drives straight up. I think this is a massive wick being left here. And if we look at the weekly, we would have to, tomorrow, we would have to come up. Wait, come on. Damn it, give me a pip count. We would have to come up over 1,000 pips. You think tomorrow's pushing up over 1,000 pips? Right? If it's not, that means the weekly will close bearish. What does that mean? That means even if today pulls up or tomorrow pulls up, we're going to fill most of this wick. We're going to fill most of this range down. You'll see. Anybody want to put money on it? Side bets? But we will fill most of this range down. Whether it happens tomorrow or if it happens next week, it'll happen. This weekly wick being left. Next week, you might start off Monday, Tuesday. If we close like this, maybe you get bullish pushes. But at the end of next week, the candle will have a top wick and a bottom wick. And it will look something like this. Take a picture of it so next week you could show it to me. Right, so you might pull up another 300-400 pips. But these areas are getting filled. They're going to come back down. Does a wick always get filled? No. It's up to you to recognize where and how far of that wick should be filled and when. So like I said, just because if the daily flips doesn't mean it will drive. There's a lot of wick to come down, trickle down. Right. It's a lot of range left to the downside here. I'm not saying it won't drive. I'm telling you that it doesn't have to drive up. Right? You might just refill the daily wick up to 81, and that might be it. Might come back now. We don't know. Daily's got to re-break highs, start closing above, and then you can look at the dailies. How do you recognize that rule? Great rule of thumb, make sure all your time frames are telling the same story. So switch time frames. Go up and down the time frames and see if they're telling you the same story and coinciding with the main story that you've been telling yourself. Later, Honda. What's that? Lost today news? Yeah, that was for news. Ranges are massive. Yes, they are. And you have a 30 closure here in 7 minutes. And let's see if it gives you a top wick so we can continue filling this clean range to the left. Need a top wick here on the 30 in 7 minutes. We're going to need a bottom wick on the next 30. The hourly's got a bottom wick to continue pushing up, right? It broke the previous hourly highs. We're making higher highs and higher lows. Keeping up with structure on every time frame at the moment. So you need a 30 closure top wick, and let's see where on this time frame have we come up from before, right? And then we look at this area. And we look, the fuck? Get off me. This is where we've come up from. This is where we've come up from. So these are your possible bottom wick entries as you're coming up. Now you need a wick to be left here because that gives us an advantage point, right? Some range to fill. And a bottom wick to 74 if we close above it, or 70 if we close below 74. That would keep up with 30 structure, right, without re-breaking the previous 30 low. But you have 6 minutes, and 6 minutes is a long ass time, and the heavier this pushes up, the happier I'll be. But I don't want it to push up and close with no top wick, or push up the entire range. I still want some room to be left in this range, and a nice top wick. Once those things line up, we're gonna execute. You lost right here. This 30, no top wick. I'm not sure what you did though. You were expecting it to come down there. Those are really weak, like higher time frames, right? The 4 hour was really bullish. You didn't have a range 2 breakout. You're pushing bullish. You probably need a range 2 breakout here, right? So it had no bottom wick. You're probably expecting a sell, right, as it's coming up. But you probably would have first needed to see this. First, you would have needed that sell that you're looking for. You can't guess that it's going to happen here. You need to know it's going to happen, which means you have to see it through. Once you see it through, this isn't the range that you trade up here, right? The range you're going to trade is down here. Top wick entries off this level to the left, right here. You would have needed to see it flip and close. You got to take wick entries with momentum. If you're taking them in a range, it's your chances of getting burned are much higher. The probability of it driving in your direction is a little bit lower. I think the new setup break highs and lows changes needs changes because market breaks highs or lows and pushes against it. There change you could do. No, like it's not just a break of high or low. It's just a certain way that it prints off the push, right? It's up to us to recognize if that was the pullback or not. We'll see, but I'll still be looking over today's trade just like I looked over yesterday's trade, and I'll see what I would have done different, if anything. 3 minutes here for this 30. Like I said, the steeper the push, the better, but we need a top wick. It's about the data, yeah, the numbers that we see, but that doesn't mean, like you saw today, numbers said they were going to push bearish because we had good numbers for unemployment. And what happened? It pushed bullish. So we can't just go based off the numbers, right? It's got to print correctly too. And I just think that the numbers that were supposed to push this bearish weren't as strong as the numbers that came out as expected, right? Because your PPI and CPI are obviously a much stronger catalyst than unemployment claims. So I think we have to go by the stronger catalyst in this case, right? Unemployment claims, good numbers. Gold should push down, but I think the expected numbers here are much stronger, right? The PPI, these numbers, this catalyst, much stronger than the unemployment claims that should have pushed us down. No stream today on Powell? No. Can you take a buy before 30 closes, expect a wick fill? Sometimes you can, not in this case. You can take it when you're having a bullish, like heavy bullish momentum and the candle's pulling back very quickly, but it's bouncing. You can take that as it bounces at the previous resistance, previous most recent resistance, right? So if we came up here, fuck, right? If we had volume, maybe we had a catalyst, maybe it was a closure, right? And we're driving up here and we've created this wick and the candle is now like this. We've created a wick, right? And the candle is doing this, filled it and pulled back really quickly, and now it's holding at this area right here, these wicks. Then you can look for it. It just happens very quickly. But ideally in this case we want a bottom wick. We got 30 seconds here. We need a bottom wick, ideally 25.73. But if we're going to keep with structure, it might not break the previous 5 low. We'll see. It's got a wick. 10 pips. You don't want the wick fill first. Close that resistance, below resistance. But we need to drive up off a support. We can't drive up off nowhere here. We need to come down and bounce up off a support. How about no, right? Call it a day, possibly. Let me make a phone call. I gotta see how much time I have. Like if I have like an hour and a half, like I ain't got shit to do. We'll chill. We'll wait here on the hourly closure. I'm definitely not staying in past 12 because I gotta make my way somewhere. Give me a second, chat. By the way, gang, big things coming next week. A lot of fun stuff coming next week. A lot. So if I were you, I would not miss next week's streams. Alright, we'll hang out here for a little bit. Oh shit, my phone died. Fuck. Pique my curiosity. I hate surprises. Any leaks? Some of you guys know what's coming next week. Pique my curiosity. Jay, you should know what's coming next week. Hold on, I don't see the chat. I'm smoking. I don't have my phone on. I'm gonna go do laps around the pool. Like maybe 4 circles of walking around it. This pool would be one dope aquarium. I know there's saltwater fish and freshwater fish. Is there chlorine water fish? I need to get me some chlorine water fish. Just to, you know, just to flex on the neighbors that I got the biggest aquarium in the, on the block. Put some Chernobyl sharks in that bitch. Yo, why does that hammerhead have 8 hammers? Radiation. You know the deal. Set on my phone. Chlorine waterfish. Trump joined up with Wix. Yo, if I bring Papa Trump on stream, you know YouTube fucking taking me down to like 25k subs right away. Long ass daily wick. I would say that's a weekly one. Chat, if we keep pulling back up, if I don't know, honestly, if tomorrow, if this weekly is looking something like this tomorrow, we're just gonna take some stuff off the weekly. You're just gonna have a lot of risk here. Like 600 pips worth of risk for about 800. Yeah, we might take something next week on the weekly, maybe even on Friday before market closes, so we can collect some swap fees. Because we close like this, even if we gap up, even if we fucking have a heavy pullback, we're gonna end up getting back to this area anyway. Shadow ban for life. Dark side. Gold has long been considered a robust and reliable investment, often seen as a... Man, I know you don't talk like that in real life, bro. What in the chat GPT are you typing over there? But yes, you're right. It's everything that's correct. That is correct. Whoever buys gold in massive quantities will most likely rarely sell it, because no, if it depends. Are you buying it as an investment vehicle? Then you just don't do it here. You don't do it on the, on a forex broker or a futures broker. You buy it as an investment. If you're using it as like a CFD vehicle, right? A contract for difference, then you're trading it. To extremely long term, yeah, extremely long term, you need to go mine gold. Just don't do it in China, because if your ass gets stuck, bro, you know how Chinese are? We're stuck in a gold mine. Help, get us out.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
That's the Chinese government. That's their official response. Don't go to China to mine forex. To mine gold. To mine forex. Chinese actually came to Indonesia. Yo, the Chinese are fucking... China! China! But the Chinese have colonized Africa. They're literally colonizing all of Africa. Our land, we like that too, because they're bringing massive investments, right, to the continent. A lot of investment, and ipso facto, they're buying up a lot of land because of all those investments. Purchased physical gold before COVID and sold it last week, and then when it hit 789 area, sold it for double the price. Bro, why don't you just trade it? If you keep buying and selling it, it's save yourself some fucking gas money from going to the pawn shop and back. I did the same thing you did. I just didn't go nowhere. I was over here in front of the computer. Same result. China owns all the yeah, and I don't know how the US government allowed that shit to happen. Yo, we cannot buy any fucking land in China that's near any government building, any friggin' military building. Over here, Military base, perfect. China, you can have land right next to it. Airport, build your shit right here. Yeah, we don't care. Just put a Chinese food place right next to it, and we love you. I don't care if you're spying. As long as you make good sesame chicken, we can be friends. Right? What kind of fucking policy is that? And then they're like, yeah, sesame chicken, sesame chicken. Bat soup. What do you say about crypto? Nothing. I say one thing about crypto. If everyone is telling you to buy, it's probably too late. Later, Tom. Because, like, why you think, like, oh, everyone's telling you, so, like, you're in the know now? No. Before it became public, people were in the know, right? And now that everyone is telling you to buy, like, whenever the retail side and the corporate side, I guess, right, both agree on something, you're going to get fucked. Not supposed to agree. It's supposed to be opposite ends. But like, even if the whales are like, yeah, buy. No. They're looking for a better price. Trump will impose massive tariffs, hopefully not allow outside entities to own more than 5% or something. Yep. There goes my dream of owning 8 NBA teams. Guess I'll settle for one. Settling's never easy. From 27.89 down to 2,500 is a massive drop. Imagine all the people bought at the top. They are stuck now. I know one thing. I can't fucking wait to trade this motherfucker right here. Buy. What goes up must come down, but with gold, it'll come back up. Yep. Yeah, I don't see gold going back to $1, right? But it's the safe haven effect. It's continued steady growth up over the years. The initial area where we wanted a bottom wick has just been tapped, right? But 12 minutes to go. Excuse me, 12 minutes to go on the hourly candle. And you created a top wick, broke the previous high to come down. You're also driving off a previous support, which can now establish a resistance if you get bearish closures. Previous support might establish new resistance. You streaming all day? No, we're definitely gonna call. I gotta go. I had to be somewhere at 11, but they're running late, so you know, I'll be here till 12. Probably be there at 12:30. When was minus 284? The very first thing we did on stream today, news. At 8:30 we had news positions. We had 8 positions, and the combined total of those positions, or 6, combined total of those positions was minus, 8 positions. Was minus 280. But after the news, it's a different story. This also brings your overall total on, man. Hi, how are you? Big respect for putting exact numbers of pip. Yeah, well. It is what it is. Like, they can't exist today and not tomorrow, or they can't exist other days but not today. It's all there. My bad, didn't want to bring you down. Look at that. Like, this area worked out perfectly here. I just don't think we're going to drive up because of that resistance tap, right? We just don't have the same advantage point after that top wick's been made. So, right, we see a reaction here, which was a good area to mark off a possible push back up, right? But can't act on it based on the fact that there's a top wick here. No fib retracements. It's that time again? No, not yet. I'll flip it before it even gets there. How about that? How about that? Thank you, Green. $1,000 pips. That's like a week and a half of good price action. Yeah. Yeah, we've had 400 or 500 pip weeks, 600 pip weeks. And then we've had weeks of like 80 pips, 100 pips. But but your stops where the masses. Oh, you're in shorts here. If you already have stops, you know what they are. You're over here. Stops. Took the flip or took the closure. Saying caught 200 pips from Asian to New York in less than 12 hours. 9-1 streak. Yeah, we had some dubs last night for Asian as well, right? We had sells last night for Asian. Let's see what this hourly does. Got a nice wick. We want the higher time frames to find, I mean the smaller time frames to find support though. Last 5 minutes of our session. What's interesting is the 4 hour as well, right? Because while we do have to come down on the higher time frame, look where this 4 hour needs to come up. If we're mirroring, right? This area, this area, and this area, right? The same way. Actually, this came down lower, but we're mirroring those ranges. And we would look for this across the board, right? Right here. Actually, this wick, the top of that wick, which coincides with the bottom of this wick, which means this is where you're looking for price to eventually go. Which means, can we look for an entry on the bottom wick of the next 4 hour, which doesn't close for another hour and 4 minutes at 1 p.m. We will know, we will see, because the market will either start to range and we won't go anywhere, or we'll come up there, right? Because that'll be the last 4 hour of the day. It doesn't mean we've pushed for a long time. It doesn't mean that one will push. The hourly might flip bearish here. We got 3 minutes, so let's see. If we are taking it, yeah, the hourly needs to be a heavy push. Hold on, let's close this and zone in. So the hourly needs to push up here above this range, above 25.73. If it can stay up there, we can play that wick fill. Right now we're back in range. The 30 has pushed back down, the 15 has pushed back down. Yeah, it could be pulling back for the 4 hour, right, to leave a top wick. It would make sense, which would then open up the next 4 hour at 1 p.m. with a bottom wick. And then you can play the flip on the 4 hour. Unless the hourly flips here and closes no bottom wick as well. It's a 50 pip top wick. 1 minute. I would expect the next hourly to still make a top wick if it's going to come down. If it comes down with no top wicks, you're looking at 5, 6, 7 for entries, right? Wow, the 5 flip bullish here last second. We need a bottom wick. But I don't think it should break this previous 5 low. Let's see. Ha. Yeah. The initial perspective here, what I'm looking at happening quicker and more likelier right now was the buy here, right? Or is the buy here. It doesn't mean we can't sell off, but we're probably going to have to establish a closure here on a 4-hour level. Or I probably need a bearish closure on the next 4-hour after creating a top wick. But the fact that this hourly is just coming up first doesn't make me like this, right? Maybe that previous 5 was the bottom wick, right? 15 closed bearish, respecting support. 30 closed bearish, respecting support. The hourly closed right above it. You still need a bottom wick. Yeah, chat. I think we're gonna call it here because I gotta go. It's already noon. What I will say is, just like yesterday, lock in for the 4-hour. I didn't take the 4-hour yesterday because it didn't. The top wick was literally the bottom wick was maybe like 3 to 4 pips off. An extra 3 to 4 pips, we would have had a 4-hour entry for at 1 p.m. So if you're in the signal channel, be locked in at 1 in about an hour from now. I'll be looking at the charts maybe a few minutes prior. Expect the signal at around 1 p.m. on the 4-hour closure. All right. I mean, we just moved, 200 pips on this 4-hour, more than 200 pips. So we're going to expect, if we come down, we're going to expect to retest the highs. The current 4-hour highs, right? There's going to be the previous 4-hour highs in 1 hour. Coming back for 1 p.m. 1 p.m. EST. I'm not coming back on stream. I'm just going to look at the charts, see if we can get 4-hour positions. Outside of that, yeah, price action has been price action and has been treating us well. We got burned by the news today. Got burned by the news yesterday. It's okay. It's a long-term game. Focus on your trajectory and where you're headed, not what happened today. All right. As for me, Jay, you're getting ahead. You're getting ahead of the game. Hold on. I got to thank everybody for being here, right? I got to thank the mods. You guys are the best. You guys are the greatest. I got the greatest fucking mod. Thank you to the mods. I got the greatest mods. We got the best mods in the game. Anyway, Zoom gang, see you guys in the clubhouse side. Chat, love and wisdom to you all. Even the haters and the trolls. Love you all. As for me, my time here is up. I'm going to go take care of some business. And let's cue up our outro music. You already know the deal, chat. Just like that, another New York session is in the books. Enjoy your day. If you're in the Signal channel, enjoy your day. If you're in the Signal channel, be ready 1 p.m. We're most likely going to have some positions at around 1 on the 4-hour closure. Outside of that, I'll see you guys tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern. Later.